Hello. Hi. Hi, Richter. Hello. I haven't sketched anything beforehand. Sorry if the stream is lagging, because I know it was laggy the last time I did a drawing stream. But I don't really know if I can do anything about that. Also, things are loading very, very slowly into the scene. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing some pride art today, because time is not existent for me at the moment. Or barely is. So I kind of realized a bit late, like, oh shit, I literally realized, I think, yesterday, like, oh, well, okay. But yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna be drawing myself, probably with the non-binary and pen flag? I have to get references for the flags still. I haven't got them up. And my entire brush is... Ugh. I thought the music stopped from lag. Everything is very, very slow at the moment. Ugh. Can I draw a line? That's like the bare minimum right now. I would really like to be able to draw a line. It's kind of hard to tell when things are going to be lagging once on stream, you know? It's all good. Yeah, so hopefully it won't freeze too much. Yeah, I can work with this. Okay. That's like my standard style. I should probably do something different, huh? Should probably. I also gave myself a new hairstyle model. Look, it's so flowy. It's so fluffy. Like, I can't show it in just images. Look how fluffy it is. I might need to just be half here and semi-lark. That's okay. It's a surprise meeting. Oh boy, love that. Always love that. And it annoys me because it came out of nowhere. Oof. That's not fun. Oh, meetings are rough. Oh, that's really janky. Okay, I guess I'm not doing that. I'll just use this one. The invite came after the meeting start time. Oh, that... Oof. Yeah, that's frustrating. The place I used to work never had to have meetings because I was part of like the cleaning staff. So you know it's literally last minute. Yeah, seriously. But there was a couple of times where I got like surprised called into either my boss's room or to the cafeteria for something. Like there was a party that I just didn't know about because I think I wasn't in the day before and I kind of didn't realize. So I literally got dragged in like in the middle of working, like, oh okay, I guess we're having a little bit of a party in here. It was fun though. We just kind of took an extended break. We like rushed the work beforehand because I think it was back when I was still mostly working under other people. But like there were other times where it was like surprisingly called into the boss's offices like, but it was never anything. It wasn't too bad working there, but it's in a different city. I would probably be working there over the summer if it didn't mean I had to go back to my parents' house after being trapped there for 3 months already at the start of this year. This is kind of like, If it weren't for that, I probably would, but many people are saying to talk, need to listen if I'm even really needed. That's cool. No worries. Listen to your meeting. It's kind of hard to draw when it's janky. But maybe I can... It'd be super annoying if it turns out I didn't even need to be here. That would be awful. It's never fun when that happens. It's not fun at all, but hopefully. It's really hard to thumbnail because I can't use my nice watercolor brush. It's so janky. Ah! Please, please. I was doing that thing where it does the double I wonder if I can go into my settings. So you guys can see them. Doesn't pick up that window. Let me see if I can make it a little bit smoother with all performance. If I change the allocate stuff 50%. If I reduce the undo levels, maybe that will help. If it's remembering a bit less. Oh, slightly. Still a little janky, but slightly better. That would also probably help if I just turned off time lapse. Okay. Dog, thanks. Thanks for your input. He's crying, which is not unusual. I really need a better PC. You know what doesn't help? I left Discord running. I forgot to close it. Please close. Please just close. Please. Thank you. That doesn't help at all. I'm very all over the place with how I sketch things, apparently. I also put some of the new LGBT tags on, because I usually put the LGBT tags already, but now they have like defined ones. It's like, yes. So I now have the non-binary tag and stuff, and the pan tag. But yeah, I thought that was cool. Just a neat thing now. Thank you, Twitch, for also giving us a VTuber tag finally, after several months of asking. That's like me too. I'm still kind of. I haven't quite gotten into my head, my new design. I still make the head big and a bit cutesy when it's actually more thin now. Great, just apply transforming through. Let me in. Come on. Ah. More dog crying. I always love that. I don't think my microphone is picking it up because it's quite quiet, but I could hear it because of course I can. That's probably not how capes will actually fly, but you know, that's fine. It's just a thumbnail. No, no. Come on. Okay, yeah, the performance has gone a little bit better. That's nice. That's good. Why is the dog going off? I'm just going whoa. Ah. I can work with most of my sound. Thank you for following, Little Craigie. That was a delayed thing, but you know what? It happens. It's a lot more fangy than it's supposed to be, but you know, fangs. It's also further back, so I'm just gonna redo them anyway. What? It's my tracking. Not keeping up. Oh good, also hello, hi. Hello, welcome. I'm just trying to sketch with everything being slightly slow. Just because my laptop is, as chunky as it is, it can only do so much. So you'll have to bear with. Like I have to bear with. It's gonna take a little while to just get the sketch done because of that. But yeah, how are you today? Hello. Ah, my tracking. Stop it. My tracking gets a bit confused when I'm looking down like this. Nice thing is I can look at myself for reference. You're not alone, let's bear with. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it struggles so much with Clip Zero, albeit my laptop struggles in general when streaming, so. It's a chunky laptop, but CPU is not the best. I can just look at myself as a reference without having to even click onto my sheet. Which makes it a little bit easier, just slightly. What is going on with that jaw? No, 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 what? No. What? Tracking, stop. Move that forward a bit. Well, I'll just finish some work and try to explain Twitch's interface for my channel. I can probably say that I did not learn a thing from it. I mean, that's just how it is sometimes. Cello's being chatty now. Cool. But I'd say, excuse you, sir. Sir! That is my bird Cello. He has decided that because I am talking, it's time for him to talk. What I was gonna say was, it kind of takes just, learning as you go sometimes. It's just like that. Nope. Cello, you're not coming out at the moment. I see you. But yeah, sometimes you just gotta learn as you do it. It's kind of hard to learn if you don't sometimes. I mean, at least I'm more of a doer than a listener in terms of like how I learn anyway. I just edited my bio and that's that. That's okay. It takes a bit of time. Don't rush things. If you just try and do a little bit at like every day, you can learn stuff up as well if you need, you know. It's not something you need to do all at once, you know. I mean, I know I definitely took a little bit to get used to, but just hearing cello in the background. I don't think it's picking up on my mic, but he's going for a treat I put in his cage a couple of days ago. So I'm surprised he's not doing it all that often, because it's the style of treat he really likes. So maybe because it's got ingredients he's not quite sure of at the moment. Oh my god, come on. What? I'm trying to adjust my... Oh, whatever. That's fine. This is fine. Oh, Chetty Bird in the house. What's his name? Cello. His name's Cello. It's the Italian word for sky and heaven. And I think also God sometimes. But I only knew about the sky part when I named him. But his feather colors kind of look like the sky, so I was like, ah, yes. And it's also an unintentional pun. Considering the Italian word for bird is uccello, so wasn't meant to happen, but you know, it's a fun coincidence. But yeah, he's not the chattiest, but when there's sound around him, he'll start chatting. Got fun in there as well, eh? Yeah, it wasn't even on purpose, was the thing. I don't even know what direction the wind is going at this point in this. That's fine. Yeah, he's not the chattiest bird, but when I'm talking, he starts talking. If there's enough noise, he goes for it. Da, da, da. That's kind of his standard. I didn't mean to select, I wanted a new layer. Give me a new layer. That's all I wanted. Hey Neb, how are you? Hi Mila. I'm okay. Tired mostly. I've been kind of lethargic today, so I haven't gotten as much as I wanted to get done, but you know, it's fine. I'm feeling a bit better now though, which is good. But I've spent most of the day just kind of in bed watching The Office because I was just like, dead. And I'm now 3 seasons in and kind of impressed in how frustrated Michael's consistently able to make me. What did you do? Oh. What the fuck? Hello. Hello, Nelly. Hello, hello. Tired. Yeah. I don't know. Good luck on the stream. Thank you. I don't know. I don't know why I was so tired. Like, I got up and I was kind of like, oh, I don't feel too great, but okay. I'm not gonna make lunch. I'm just gonna order some because I just don't have the energy right now. And I'll probably be better in a bit. I'm probably just tired. And so like, I had got up later, properly to start working on like commissions and stuff. And I was working on it for maybe like an hour or something. And I was just like, I really need to lie down. Like, it was just like a big urge to just lie down and just stay lying down. So that's kind of just been me today, just mostly lying down. Oh my god, Cello. Now he's really chatty, apparently. Yeah? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's been up with me. But I'm feeling a little better now, at least. I'm still a bit tired. But it's not too bad. But yeah, I don't know, it was weird. Maybe just sleep deprivation catching up to me, even though, I don't know, I've been sleeping kind of slightly better every once in a while. But I did have to like deprive myself of sleep for a bit. That's not right. That hair isn't matching up. Oh no, that's too far. Come on, come on. Whatever, I'll just erase it. It's fine. Now the mic's picking him up. Yeah, now he's being loud about it. Because now he's being really chatty. Yeah, aren't you? Yeah, that's how birds are sometimes. Budgies. Little budgie. I'm hopefully gonna be getting another one as a friend from soon, but it's kind of difficult to get one at the moment. Water. Okay, okay, okay. Here we go. Big old chug. What is in this bottle? 1.5 liters. I have a 1.5 liter bottle of water on my desk. This is what I usually have, to be fair. I have my phone on the charger, but it's like not charging at the moment, which is frustrating. I'm gonna take my, I don't even know, shawl thing off. I don't know. I don't know what it's called. Well, things are being slow and I don't appreciate it. Everything feels very slow today. But also very fast. I don't know, time is being really, really weird today. Okay, now I need to actually look at the ref. Now I need to look. How's my hair go? Okay. That's not right. I suspect the strong will probably take up the entire stream because I'm having to start from sketch. But if I finish it early, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna bother defining the... How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For now, I'm just gonna leave it. No. The lag is making undoing stuff a lot more frustrating. I can't wait to finally get a better PC that can handle stuff a bit better. That'll be nice. But I have no idea when I'm going to be able to manage that. Wait, should I do a flag? Or should I make my coat the flag? Yee? Should I make... Oh, that's a decision. Wait. That might actually look kind of bad though. Maybe if I... I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'll figure out what I want to do. So I usually just go with like the flag thing. Although, if I change the design a little bit... Wait. I can also do my wings in rainbow. Wait. Not rainbow, but I could do my wings in bright colors. There's so many ways I can do this. So many ways. Stop whining. I wanted the eraser. What? Ideas. Ideas. Oh, fuck's sake. Oh my god, no, I didn't want that much. Come on. That wasn't meant to happen. But you know, sure. I feel like I should let my let my dress shirt thing let my clothes be the flags. Let's do that. That's cool. I like this one. It's pretty attached. My phone isn't charging like at all. I don't appreciate that. dick. I'm wearing leggings, it's fine. It's fine to go up skirt a bit. Not like you can see anything anyway. Yeah, I feel like the foreshortening on that is a bit better if I do that. Yeah. That leg is kind of awful though. I don't know how to do that, whatever. Hum hum hum. I really want to do more drawing streams. I feel like these are quite nice. The lag is a bit annoying though. That's like the one thing that's stopping me from doing them more. But I'm trying to do them more at the moment. So I don't know. Kind of vibe. Hello everyone, how's it going? Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. I fell from my bed. Oh, are you okay? I hope it wasn't too high. Oh god. Hello, and how's it going? Hi Shatter. Hello, hello. I'm okay. I hope Lobo is okay. That's a bit worrying. But I'm just trying to figure this shit out. And something ain't right there. Not sure how many feet this stinking is, but that was quite a high fall. Ooh. I hope you're okay. If it was high, that's not good. I hope at the very least you didn't hit your head on anything. Because that would be very, very worrying. My hand's too big. Too big. Smollen. In Smollen. That's not even a word, but in Smollen. In Smollen. Haha! I'm gonna figure out the clothing later, I think. Because I kind of like the idea of making the clothing one of the pride flags at least. Or like the coat, anyway. The coat of the outfit could be a pride flag. Not sure about the rest of it. Maybe not so much. No, good. I was trying to get my hair tied, that's why, but I slept. Well, hopefully no injuries. I used to be pretty clumsy as a kid. Luckily, I never really had a super tall bed. I never needed to be on like a bunk bed or anything. Well, I did. My grandparents had a bunk bed for my brother and I. Save one of us from having to sleep on the floor. But Clumsy Gang rides up. I'm not as clumsy anymore, actually. I don't know what happened. I think at some point I just learned to expect when I was gonna trip and just got very good at not. Or not I still trip a lot. I do trip a lot, but I don't fall very often. But yeah, luckily I never fell off that bunk bed. Not unintentionally anyway. But I did hit my head on the ceiling quite a lot. Because I am fairly tall. I'm 5'7", and there was not all that much room between the ceiling and the top of the bed, and I always had the excuse me, sir. I always had the high bunk, so yeah, there was. I had to learn to make sure that I would not get up too quickly because I would hit my head. But I don't have to deal with that anymore because my grandparents have moved to a completely different country, so now we are all alone. I don't know what I want to do there. Yeah. But Burb be loud. This is Cello's show. Just do my wings on a different layer, just so I don't mix them up too much. Should probably merge that down too. Merge that. You can barely see it because it's hidden behind the chat, but how do my wings work again? God. I haven't been drawing myself with this design very much yet, so my brain is still kind of funky. The wings haven't really changed that much though, so I should be a bit better at them, you'd think. But no, I still get confused. For some reason. Even though they haven't changed to September. No, don't get rid of the whole thing, please. Please don't get rid of everything. Okay, you wouldn't be able to see my other wings, so that's fine. And then there's that goes behind the thing, so I don't really need to think about it too much. Oh, no. I don't know why Vtuber Studio is getting a bit confused, but it just be like that sometimes. It's consistently getting quite confused and I'm not sure why. I don't know how I'm saying that, but you know. I should have charged my phone before this, but, you know. Sometimes you just don't do what you're supposed to do. And sometimes you forget what you're supposed to do. For instance, I've had my clothes outside of the washing machine all day, and I still haven't put them in. But that was partially because my flatmate hasn't taken their clothes out of the washing machine either yet. And they've kind of been, like, asleep all day. I think. Well, maybe not asleep, but I don't know. I haven't gone to ask them to do it yet. Should probably do it, because I kind of need clean stuff. So this is not how hoodies work. No. Not apparently. Originally this design had bunny ears on the hood, and I could bring the hood up, but I couldn't figure out how to rig it and make it not look stupid. So I scrapped it. I got rid of it because I couldn't figure it out. I was frustrated. Unfortunately. Maybe in a future costume. Okay. I'm gonna save this. Just in case. If it'll let me. Please let me. Please let me save. It's so slow. Okay, that works. That works. That works. Hum hum hum. It's just taking a sweet time. Okay. So now it is time to line, which I'm still not sure if it's my favorite part or my most hated part. I'm not sure yet. I've been enjoying it recently. I used to hate it to the point where I'd just avoid doing it entirely. If I just couldn't be bothered, I'd just leave it as colored sketch. But I kind of stopped doing that. I don't know, oh, fuck's sake. Can you not combine different strokes into the same part for Control-Z, please? And also maybe don't lag my brush strokes, that would be nice. Struggling. Should call this a struggle stream, that's what it is. Oh shit. No, don't turn off, please. Hello, hi, hello. I'm trying to keep my PlayStation 4 on so I can charge my phone for me. Because my laptop charger does not work for my phone very well. It just doesn't. No, wake up. Wake up. Please, I desire the sustenance for my phone. It's been doing a very good job today though, I don't know why. Because normally it does a pretty good job, but today's just decided, no. No charge for you. Can you turn on? Please. Hello? Hi, hello? Okay. Apparently it's on. There we go. Okay, I did turn off the Elgato audio. Thank God. Let's flip it. Yeah, that's much easier. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. I like that chin line. And the mouth. I could make it a bit more kitty mouth. Ugh. Not like that. Ah. Yeah. It's fine, whatever. It's not quite so good. No. No. Nope. Nope. That ain't right. It's always the mouth I struggle with. It's always the mouth. Why is it always the mouth? Why do I struggle so much with the mouth? I don't appreciate it. Around that a bit more. Nope. No, come on. There we go. That's good enough. Good enough. VT Studio, please. Stop launching me. This is too small. Make the brush slightly bigger. Come on. Okay. What's that? What's that? You know what? It's good enough. It is good enough. It's fine. It's fine. That's too big now. Laptop going cuckoo. Come on, laptop. We just want that to finish the drawing. Let it finish. Ooh, fangs. Yeah, I got fangs. Ah, you can't really see them too well on my model, to be honest. Especially not this size. Ah. 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 Fangies. How about his head fangs? Tooth. Much tooth. Much tooth. Very bite. Nom nom nom. I need those canines, you know? I like my canines. Very sharp. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, I can bite people really well. If I want to. Drop that chin a little bit. No, that's too much. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. I can't remember if I actually took my nasal spray today. I don't remember. I think I did. I can't actually remember. Bless you. That was a cough. I think I'm still yet to sneeze on stream. I just cough a lot. Oh, yeah, I know. It sounds like a sneeze. Oh, my bad. No, no worries. A lot of people mistake it as a sneeze just because of how it sounds. When it sounds like that. I get it. It's been worse. It's not too bad today. It could be worse. It could be far worse. Hum hum hum. Hum hum hum. Let's not hope nor expect it to be. I mean, that's just a thing. Always expect at least one cough per stream because I have a chronic illness and it just be like that. But it could be significantly worse. It's gotten a lot better recently, which is good. I just kind of need to hope they won't bruise my fucking ribs again. I really don't need them to bruise the fourth time in the to bruise a fourth time in a row. That would be just pain, Pecco. That's what it would be. I really am hoping. My cough itself would be significantly worse. I mean, it was significantly worse at the start of this year. But the medicine I got prescribed helps a bit. Not completely, but a bit. So that's nice at least. Yeah, it's fine. It does the job. Yeah, it does the job. Well, hopefully it's doing the job anyway. It's definitely making it a bit easier than it was before. So that's all I can hope for more. I can hope that it'll stop my ribs from rebruising, but it doesn't really have direct control on that. That's kind of up to my body to be like, okay, no more weak ribs. Can just sort of hope. I still have days where it's not too great, where my cough is worse. I still have days like that, but it's not as bad as it was. which is an improvement. It's nice to not be coughing all the time. Oh, fuck's sake. I didn't want the entire eye to go, please. I need a better PC. No! Why are you combining strokes? Different strokes should be different Control Z's, please. Please, I'm begging you. Just narrow that. I need to narrow those. Those are too much. Too much, too quickly. Come on. I'll take a drink. Put the cap on. I just need the cap on, please. Cap, please. Just go on the bottle, please. I'm begging you. It's like the bare minimum. The bare minimum of your job. Yeah. Dog is crying again. I don't know over what though. Probably nothing. He cries a lot for nothing. Cap, task failed successfully. I mean, it got eventually. But if I had had to bend over to pick it up, whoo, I would not have been happy. Trying to do these strokes slower so they won't confuse themselves, because this is the last thing I want combined. No. Okay. I really don't. You can't hear it, but I can. The dog is crying. I don't know why. I can't see why, so. Probably just not getting the attention he wants. Oh, for fuck's sake, stop combining! Stop combining the strokes! I know you're lagging, but please! Please! Hmm. Okay. Okay. Strokes, please. Cooperate. Please cooperate. I'm begging you, cooperate. Please, I'm trying my fucking best. I just want the bare minimum. One day I'm gonna play a D&D character that exclusively speaks in that voice and I'm gonna get kicked out. Or killed off. The DM is gonna go out of his way to kill me. He's gonna have a then perish moment because no one in the party is gonna want to revive me. It's gonna happen one day. I cast Fireball. I mean, that's the thing I say out of character usually. Like, I'm not like, I cast Eldritch. I'm not like... I got very confused there for a second. I cast Eldritch Blast. Like, I usually say that sort of thing out of character, but I think I'd get kicked out of the game permanently if I spoke like that all the time. Gotta commit to the character, Nabby. I don't have to commit that much. Go fail. Go fail all to Buen. Oh no. If I was in character all the time for my current character, I would literally just be a sociopath to the group. They can only put up so much with my character. He's too much. He's too much sometimes. I do have a very fun character idea that I want to play in a different campaign that's better suited to it than the I was considering doing it for the campaign I'm in at the moment, but the campaign I'm in at the moment, honestly I can give myself a pat on the back. I'm actually doing a good job on this Uwu language despite the first try. I mean, yeah, it's not too difficult to do once you know what you're doing. Once you have the cursed knowledge. But it is the language of the gods. It is the language of the gods. I want to do more voices in D&D. Like, I've been doing it this year, and it's quite fun. I was gonna do it in my last campaign as well. Yow! But last year I couldn't keep up for... Speaking of which, True Neighbor in 5e when... Ooh, I don't know what that is. I haven't been playing for that long. I want to do more voice characters, because my first couple didn't really have specific voices, and I find it quite fun. Like, Virial, my current character, I can only really get into his character when I'm speaking as him. So when I'm coming up with stuff that I need to come up with outside of the game, I'm just mumbling to myself in his voice, just like, oh yes, I'll do that thing, I'll do that thing. Like, I have to speak in his voice. And then what ends up happening, sometimes I get locked into his voice. True Neighbor is one of my favorite classes from a lore standpoint. You literally speak the language of the creature gods to cast spells. Oh damn. That is pretty cool. Who knows? I have a really fun idea for a character that I really want to play. And I don't know when I'm gonna get to do it. I'm really hoping I might be able to do it next year. But it's so stupid, but it's so good. Because I like when I'm creating characters, I want to have fun with it, you know. So I always try and come up with a concept that's entertaining to me. So my first D&D character that I ever had, her name was Amadia, and she was a fighter who fought with a mop because, well, it was just thematic. God damn it. It was just thematic for her because she had very severe mysophobia. And she was very, very awkward, which kind of just came out of me not really knowing what I was doing, so it was just kind of awkward. Which is the polar opposite of the character I have at the moment, because he's the best speaker in the group. Because he's a warlock, so he has super high charisma. So, you know, that's fun. And he exclusively misuses it. He's very convincing. We stand warlocks here. We do. I didn't realize I would enjoy it quite as much because I was a bit like, oh, I'm a bit confused on how spells work, and the spell slots confuse me with the warlock. But I figured it out. I've mostly just been working off cantrips anyway. Like, the amount I've used my actual spell slots, I've used them, just not that often. Because my spell slots aren't exactly geared towards fighting so much as, other stuff with this character that he does. Behind the party's back, you know? But he's fun. He is a fun one. Other stuff? Yeah, other stuff. You don't need to worry about it, it's fine. You know, warlock things. Evil warlock things, you know. You know how it be. Sometimes you gotta sneak off from the party and do stuff behind their back. I'm sure they are entirely trustworthy. He is absolutely not. No one in the party is trustworthy, but Virial is arguably the least trustworthy. Not even anyone in the group trusts him. And yet, I still managed to slip away so easily. The last time I slipped away, they didn't notice for half an hour in real time. Even though I basically announced it. They just didn't notice. For about half an hour in real time. Until one of them was like, wait, where's Virial? So now he just kind of makes fun of them for it as well. Like, he had a bit of an argument, I guess, with another character, because he threatened to commit arson. And was basically just being a dick. And at one point the character said to another character to reassure them, like, oh, we'll keep an eye on him, don't worry. So it's just like, well, you haven't done a very good job of it so far. Which led to a please stop. It was quite entertaining. It's entertaining. So the thing with Virial is he kind of has like 3 versions of his personality, which is quite fun. But yeah, he's basically a compulsive liar. Have I actually failed any charisma-based checks so far? I'm not actually sure with him. I'm not sure if I have. I think I might have a couple times. I'm not sure. I don't tend to fail on them with him because he is pretty, especially on like lying stuff, he's got pretty high stats, so he gets away with a lot of shit. And the party knows something is up, but they don't know what. It's quite entertaining. So you're like, ha 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 ha. Mwahaha, mwahaha. So, even in the context of an evil party, they don't trust me, so that's fun. No, wait, what? I've confused myself. How does this work? Kinda helps to remember where you're going with this sort of thing, huh? Is the shapeshifter still canon race? I think changelings are part of UA, I think. What's that actually stand for again? I can't really remember. Something Arcana. I think it's part of an expansion. Because I've played a changeling before, but it's not part of like the main 5e species, you know. It's not in like the player's handbook and stuff, but it is in the game, just in the expansion. I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering correctly. 2, 3, 4. Okay, I've managed to rank myself here. Changelings are fun. I quite enjoy changelings. It's 5, I think. Yeah, I had a changeling wizard as part of like it wasn't a one shot, it was like a mini campaign. And he was pretty fucking great. His actually not his. Look at Ducky, I want that for a first so I can be accurate. Let's see. I usually make like completely separate characters for D&D than my OCs because I'm just like eh. I have like concepts specifically for D&D. Yeah, I had a changeling character at one point. Their name was Norin. They were non-binary because they're a changeling. And they were a phantom thief. Which is pretty great. They were also a wizard. An illusion wizard, which I know isn't like technically the best thing you can put on a changeling, but it was just like, I want these specific spells because it works for them. Because I tend to go for what's best for the character, like roleplay wise, rather than fighting wise. I don't know. I'm more of a role player than I am a fighter. Illusion wizards are valid. They are. It's just not like the best thing you can put on a changeling, because a changeling already has like inbuilt disguise self. And like, but I wanted some of the specific stuff for them because they were pretty great with them. They were pretty fucking strong too, actually. Like, I mean, they did like some decent damage, quite a few times. They're quite good. But they were great. They were very, very dramatic. Which is amazing when paired with a changeling. Like, you have a dramatic changeling, it's fucking great, honestly. There was one time, they were in like this dungeon for the entire campaign, basically. And at one point they found a room that was pretty clearly supposed to be like a medical room. And so, despite being, like, bearing in mind, this character had maxed out intelligence. It's like, they were probably the smartest in the group. But they're also, their priority, they have their priorities straight. So what happened was, this character, one of the other players, we decided to kind of team up for a shared backstory. So they were already, like, companions, basically. And they were great, because they were both so dramatic. But, yeah, so both of them found this one room that was pretty clearly supposed to be an operating theater. Bearing in mind, this was in a seemingly abandoned tower. And it was dark. So what they decided to do, what Norrin decided to do, was to change themselves into a dragonborn, like a really scary dragonborn, that looked like a butcher. So like they had like one blind eye, they were covered in scars, and they were horrifying looking. And so Left, their friend, I think it was Left, started like screaming, I think, faking scream. And so the entire group rushed in. And the first person to come in got fright seeing this, because it's this big scary dragonborn that's covered in blood and looks like a crazy butcher that's laughing maniacally. Norrin had also made an illusion on the table of a corpse. Well, not even a corpse, it was like someone being tortured. And so, oh dear, it was so funny because like the first person to come in immediately threw an axe because they failed their check. They failed their insight check. They got like a nat 1 on their insight check. So they immediately threw an axe into Norrin's chest. Which, they were like level 11, I think. Level 11 or 12. So they had like pretty high HP. So it didn't do shit. But, of course, being a dramatic pitch, they dropped the illusion and started acting very dramatic on the floor. It's like, oh no, I'm dying. Not in that voice, that wasn't their voice. Just like, oh no, I'm dying. Oh, whatever will I do? Oh, I'm in so much pain. But they were like really putting it on. I think they also failed that insight check, so they started panicking. It was so stupid. It was so stupid. It was like the best thing though. Like, Honestly, I think that was one of my favorite parts of the entire mini campaign. But I love those characters so much. I really hope we can do another mini campaign with them. Because they're just so fun. They were just so fun. God damn it, I love them. Oh my god. Like, I probably should have given Norn better charisma, but, like, I don't know, man. They're, pretty good, anyway. I think their charisma was, like, their second best stat, but I don't remember off the top of my head. I just remember they had maxed out intelligence. That's all I remember. So they were, like, really smart, but they did not make great decisions. It'd be like this sometimes, you know? I mean, how many, like, super intelligent people actually make good decisions on a regular basis? Not that many, actually. I feel. Sometimes you just gotta have fun. They also knew quite a few languages, but not as many as my current character, Virial, does. I don't think they had, because Virial knows 6 languages. Because I took the linguist feat. Your character, I don't remember. I don't remember what the thing was. I think it's a feat. I think it's a feat. But yeah, I had a drawing of the thing with Norn though, because it was so funny. I think it. The GM for that game, like, posted it in a shared group chat, like, with other groups, because 2 of the campaign groups from last year kind of merged into one group chat for a crossover, and we kind of just kept it, so we still talk in there sometimes. But yeah, so he was posting about it afterwards, just like, guess what this fucking idiot thought was a good idea? Or like, it was more like, does this sound like a good idea? I was like, I mean, obviously no. I didn't think it was a good idea from the start. I was kind of hoping someone would attack me. I thought it was funny. Other things that Norn did included pretending to be a potter for a significant part of, like, when they first all met at a bar. They just fucking... They were pretending to be a tiefling potter. I can't remember what she was called, but as an alias. But they would let, like, little hints of their actual personality come through. So, like, this was, like, the, fake identity was, like, meek and kind of shy, personality. But then, like, I saw an opportunity when it was like, oh, would you like something to drink? And I was like, yes, red wine. And then she just dramatically started drinking it, like, completely opposite to how you'd expect her to drink wine. Like, all dramatic and all, which was quite fun. Because, I mean, obviously the group... Actually, I think a lot of the group kind of thought I had changed characters last minute. I love hearing D&D stories, it's always fun. It's so fun. Like, there's so many stupid moments. It's just great. Like, in the first campaign I was in, the barbarian rolled a nat 1 while we were chasing someone, and he tried to follow them up on a roof, but he was like a big furbolg barbarian, I think bear totem, and I think he had to make like an athletics check for that. He rolled a nat 1, so he fell through the ceiling. Like, take a sip, okay. I'm gonna stretch too. Okay. Thank you. There we go. Yeah, so he rolled a nat 1 and fell through the ceiling, and the DM went onto this whole tangent of it was like describing his name was, I think we gave him the name actually, I don't remember, but of this poor guy who it was his anniversary. His wife, he was getting ready for his wife to come home. He was like super poor, so he'd saved up for like an entire year to make this a really special dinner. Like spent ages cooking the perfect meal, like had candles like set up, like everything was perfect, and then our barbarian just crashes through the ceiling and destroys all of it and then jumps out the window. And so we started joking like, oh, he's gonna be the final boss, and you want to know what fucking happened. That poor man. Yeah, we started calling him Zachary, and he came back with a vengeance. He wasn't the final boss, but he ended up basically getting like possessed by something. And we had to fight him, and he nearly killed like 3 of us, I think. No, that was a different battle. He nearly killed me, I think. I think he nearly killed me. No, it wasn't me. It was an NPC that we had gotten attached to. The games, you always get attached to one NPC, right? Like, you always end up, if there's an NPC, you get attached to them. If they spend any time with your party, you get attached to them. Like, it just happens. Yeah, exactly. So there was a Dragonborn. He wasn't actually a Dragonborn, he was actually a literal dragon, but he was in the body of a Dragonborn at this point. And he nearly died. Because he got shot by Zachary's lightning. And he made the checks, I think, or someone stabilized him. I don't remember which. But he didn't wake up. So what ended up happening was that's when we found out that he was actually a dragon, because we kind of decided to take off the thing that was keeping him as a Dragonborn, because it was like really fucked up. And then he turned into a fucking dragon. We were like, So then we had to explain to the person who was who had him as like an apprentice, who was also literally renting us our home. I had to explain. I was made to explain. Which is fucking great. Because my character Maddie was very, very awkward. Because I was awkward. So this ended up being a very, very awkward explanation to the NPC. Where I was like, so we need to tell you, Boss has kind of turned into a dragon. A dragon. Well, he's a Dragonborn. He's not a dragon, he's a Dragonborn. No, but I mean, like, he's a dragon, a literal dragon. You shouldn't go about calling Dragonborn, like, dragons. There's a fundamental difference, you know? Like, it's a little racist. Like, no, you don't understand. He's too big to fit in this house. He is turned into a giant dragon. A dragon. A dragon. One of the other characters, our cleric, was supposed to come with me, but what happened was he did that whole thing where it was like, he came down with me. A dragon. A dragon. Yeah, we had like a loop of that for a little while. He came down with me for a little bit, and he ditched just before. It was just like, okay, you deal with this, Maddie. I was like, what? But no. I think that was one of my favorite parts. The entire campaign was just, he's kind of a dragon. For some reason, I'm reminded of that Dragon Disciple class from earlier editions of D&D. Ooh, I haven't heard of that, but I think my DM started playing with 5e though, so I'm not sure if he's aware. But I don't know. He was, I don't know. I don't actually remember like the full story of it. Like, it got explained, and it's been probably over a year now, so I don't really remember. Stop erasing both, please. God, please. The dog is still crying, by the way. I don't know what he's crying over. Probably fucking nothing. It's a class from 3.5, so a fair amount of time ago. You gain a bunch of draconic traits and eventually just gets turned into one. Damn, okay. Funky. Yeah, I don't know much about earlier, or anything other than 5e actually, because I've really only played 5e. I want to play like other tabletop games. Like 5e is the only tabletop I've probably played aside from like a homebrew one-shot one called the Oreo game. 0.5 and Pathfinder are my preferred systems. Yeah, I want to play Pathfinder at some point, but I only know about 4th edition and 5e. Yeah, I know, it's funky. Honestly, like, I'm up for playing any tabletop. I'm just the most familiar with 5e. I haven't played any other tabletop games. I think I was talking about playing the anime game at some point, but we never ended up doing that. This was before I even became a Vtuber. I was with friends. We were thinking about something like that in Call of Cthulhu. Yeah, I want to play Call of Cthulhu at some point. Well, whoa. You know, it took me a good long while to get fully used to D&D. It's so fun. I have heard a little bit about what was it, the sanity mechanic. I've heard a little bit about that, but it sounds neat. Like legit. I only fully learned to play 5e after. I don't remember how many sessions into it we were, but it took an entire 24-hour Death Trap dungeon game for me to get fully familiar with the dice and how to play. Everything before then was just me like hoping and like taking advice from the more experienced players and just being like, okay, I'll do that. Like, cool, that's a good idea. It took a Death Trap dungeon that ran for 24 hours straight. It took 24 hours of playing the game straight for me to fully figure out the dice. And that was after playing in normal games for quite a while before that. A good few months before that. So, you know. There we go. I don't know, I don't know why it took me so long to figure out the dice. But it basically took me being exhausted on the floor I feel that also I accidentally made a JoJo in my COC when I was a player. Sometimes a super hard dungeon is what you need to learn the rules, I guess. I think it was more because it was a death trap dungeon and it ran for 24 hours. You had to like play multiple characters because they would die. Like they were gonna die. Like the game is designed to kill them off. So you just keep going. You just make more, or you were kind of supposed to bring more, but like I ended up having to make a few on the spot, or like spending an hour. Which also kind of gave me a very quick how to make a character by yourself. Although I probably did get some things wrong with that still. But, you know, whatever. They were gonna die anyway. But I got another one of my really good evil characters out of that game. Her name was Kazia, and she was a bard. And she did die, but some stuff happened that I didn't initially intend to happen. It just kind of did, and it worked. And it's probably the reason why I'm even in the campaign I'm currently in at the moment. It was probably the first time my DM saw, because here's the thing, both the big campaign last year and the one this year, I've had the same DM 2 years in a row, just by coincidence. I still haven't had the chance to play an evil character. One day I will have my Dread Necromancer. One day. One day. You just need to get like a good campaign for it, you know? Like, you gotta get a good campaign that allows for it. So like the Death Trap dungeon was where I first kind of showed that crueler side of me, the more sadistic side of me to that DM. So I had Kazia, who I had made with the intention of her being evil in the first place. But I hadn't expected it to actually come into play. Because what happened was, basically she was charlatan. Like, that was her background. I was just like, wouldn't it be funny if, like, I made this character, like, seem really, really kind and nice and, like, all soft-spoken and she cared about people, you know? But actually she was, like, a sadistic bitch, basically. Like, she was awful. An awful person who really did not care about others much. And I never expected it to actually, like, go anywhere. I was just like, yeah, I made this character up on the spot, you know. If it happens, it happens. If not, she'll just keep faking. But what ended up happening was she failed a couple of wisdom checks. So at one point she used Dimension Door to get out of going down a giant sink in a lake, where everyone else ended up taking fall damage. So I was just like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna hang out up here while everyone else does that. And because I was just staying up there, playing the flute, I had to do a wisdom check for every round I was up there. And what eventually happened was, I eventually failed the wisdom check. I went a few rounds without failing, and then eventually, of course, I failed it. And so I got a note from the DM that was like, you suddenly really, really want to commit murder. I was like, well, that fits. That's just fine. It's not like the most out there thing for her. And so, yeah, I was just like, okay, I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. And then later on, they went down a hall of, like, these mirrors, and everyone had to make a wisdom save. And I failed. And so, basically, I then got a note, like, you're replaced with your evil reflection. And then I had, like, a bit of a, like, look to the DM while we were just kind of exchanging glances, just like, but she's how? She's already, like, not saying this out loud, but like kind of just like, but she's already. And so eventually he took the note back, and what he did, apparently he saw an opportunity there, because when he passed it back, he'd written down that I now had the Eye of Vecna in my pocket, which, you know, if you know what the Eye of Vecna is, bad idea. And so, you know, eventually, pretty quickly, pretty soon after, she attuned to it, because why would I give that shit up? Holy shit. Like, and I started plotting behind the group's back, which is very similar to what I'm doing in the current campaign, kind of. Except I'm not really going out of my way to harm the group this time, but, it ended up with me taking advantage of a fight and controlling the things we were fighting using the Eye of Vecna, and using other stuff in combination with that to try and kill someone in the party. And eventually, like, the out of character, people knew I was doing something because I was passing, like, so many notes to the DM. They're just like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what are you plotting? I'm just like, oh, you don't know in character. Because that was the thing, they knew out of character I was trying to kill them, but in character they had no clue. So they were just sitting there like, you're doing something, and I don't like it, but I can't do anything because that would be metagaming. And so eventually, I lost control of something. I didn't lose control, but like something failed. I think I failed a concentration check. So at one point in the fight, I had put darkness up. I think it was, or it was blindness, deafness, or something. I don't know. Was it just darkness? I think it was just darkness. And I basically got caught in the act. Not fully in the act, but I got caught like being in that circle and not doing anything while a character was dying. And so I lied, obviously, because I was like, oh well, I can find you. You know, I was trying to find you so I could help, but I just couldn't find you. And I rolled a 19 on deception. I was like, okay, I'm good to go. Like, they're gonna believe that. It's a 19. Like, there's such a low chance that they'll be able to get past that. And then the guy who was calling me out rolled a 20 on insight. So I was like, well, I guess I'm going full on evil now. So like, entire body language changed. It was just like, yeah, well. So I think I mentioned she had a flute earlier. So she started spinning that, and it's kind of become like her thing when I draw her now. Because I still draw her occasionally. Oh boy, full on evil. Yeah, it was like, because before that she was like faking her personality, and now she's caught out, and she's like, well, I might as well have fun before everyone gangs up on me. Because like, it was me against everyone else, and there was like 6 people other than me. So even with the Eye of Vecna, giving it, like, bringing, what's the word I'm looking for? Bearing in mind that I had already used some of the charges, so I think I still had like 5 charges left. It's also midnight, so I'm going to bed now. Bye bye, have a nice day. Okay, thank you for coming. Have a nice rest. I really appreciate you coming. Sleep well. But yeah, so I think I had like 5 more charges on the Eye of Vecna. Which I had like a bunch of spell slots too, but I was like, okay, well, they're all gonna gang up on me, and there is a chance I could win, but it's like I'll have to get very, very lucky, you know. So I basically took one character hostage, essentially, and was like, so the Eye of Vecna has Disintegrate, which is, fucking overpowered as shit. When you have the Eye of Vecna, because, like, normally I think it's an 8th level spell. So normally, you only have, like, a few spell slots for it, you know, like, under normal circumstances when you take Disintegration as a spell. But, like, and you're relying on checks for that spell. And it does fucking ridiculous damage. It's so overpowered. But it's like, the catch is that you don't have many spell slots for it because it's a high level spell. With the Eye of Vecna, I think, how many charges do you get? I think it's 7. So that shit is fucking absurd when you have that many, when you can cast it that many times. Like, obviously I was casting other things as well, but like, if it fucking hits, that shit does absurd damage. It's so ridiculous. If it doesn't, like, it doesn't do anything. But if they fail the check, like, unless you're, it's actually 6th level and it's nasty. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So you can imagine on the Eye of Vecna, like, you have, like, 7 charges, and, like, if I saw, like, 5 charges, but they didn't know how much I had. They were still confused on how I had this spell in the first place, because I think we were all level 7, for that. So they were just like, how do you have that? Like, the most knowledgeable person in the group was just like, how do you have that spell? I'm not sure. Like, I can't figure out how you have it. Because, what happened was, I basically held an action to, if anyone got close to me, I would disintegrate the nearest person. And another person who failed their check against the mirrors and got traded with their evil self, and also wanted the Eye of Vecna, came forward. He was being controlled by the DM, so he tried to get it. But because I had that held action, he failed the save and just fucking died instantly. And, like, I forgot to mention, like, so I was trying to kill, like, one of the characters in particular, but I failed he like, passed the check on Disintegrate, so he didn't die, unfortunately. And that kind of, other things, I think, like, the lions I was controlling got killed, so they were, like, my backup on that. And then they didn't. So, I don't think I was paying attention at that point. But one of the notes I had given to the DM, which was kind of the point where he realized, like, where my brain was going. One of the notes said, I command with the lions to, chew on his body like a sad, sad dog toy. And that was, like, the specific wording. And I gave him that note, and he just looked at me like, do I even know that? Do I even know you? Like, what the fuck? Holy shit. Which is one of the funniest moments, I think, of that. Just like, oh boy. Like, you had no idea. Welcome back, Richter. And so he was just looking at me with a very concerned look for the rest of that game. Or at least, like, while I was playing that specific character. He was just looking at me like, oh my god. Did I even know you? What the fuck? But yeah, so we were at the standoff, with all the characters against mine. And I was like, okay, well, I've killed one person. Now they're definitely gonna gang up on me. So I started evil monologuing because I was like, well, might as well enjoy this. Like, well, my hostage has been taken back. I don't have a hostage anymore. I've killed one person. And unless I get very lucky, I am not going to be able to, I'm going to be able to put up much of a fight. I'm going to be able to put up a fight, but I'm not going to win. So I might as well have fun with it. Except we never ended up doing that fight because this Death Trap dungeon had a mechanic where if you stabbed into your eye, you could call basically the master of the dungeon and he would help on whatever he needed. And so the character I was trying to kill had one eye in the first place, and he decided, okay, I'm going to stab my eye and call for help. Summoned Cass, I think that was his name. I'm just like, kill this bitch. And so he did. He petrified me. He petrified Kazia, and so it's just like, oh, okay. And I failed the check for it, so I got petrified, and that was the end, pretty much. And they cut off Kazia's head. They lobbed her head off so that she couldn't come back. And I threw a bone because I knew one of them was still wondering how the fuck I had gotten Disintegrate. So I threw a bone just being like, DM, do they notice anything about my, like, eyes? It's just like, oh, yeah, one of them isn't stone. And the guy who was wondering about it was just like, oh, okay. You had the Eye of Vecna. That's how. That explains that. So, yeah. So that was Kazia. And I'm pretty convinced that incident was the reason I got into the campaign I'm currently in. And I'm kind of doing like the same sort of thing, just like not actively like in the middle of fights passing notes to the DM. Because most things I'm doing are pre-planned out. First degree. So, you know, going well. I think some characters in the campaign I'm in at the moment are kind of figuring out what is going on, but they haven't really gotten to the full story yet. But like they're getting there. They have an inkling, which is fun. I want to change that. I just realized. So that sounds like it's gonna be fun. Oh, it's been so fun. I think Furiel is honestly... Kazia was a very fun character to play, but like kind of working off a similar thing in an actual campaign, even more fun because it's like long term. And I'm not having to like constantly think on the thought. I have to think on the spot occasionally because I do kind of have to manipulate my way into doing stuff. But it's surprisingly easy to do that. The group kind of comes to the same ideas as I do, without me telling them. So it just kind of works. The next time I have to do it though is going to be interesting, because it's going to be a lot more manipulating than I've had to do so far. Like, actually. Because I need to, what I have planned, I need to do some, I need to get rid of someone else's spell slot, basically, so I had to try and figure out a way to do that. But I don't know when that's gonna happen, because we're kind of stuck on an island at the moment. So I don't know how long it's gonna take for that, but I also, in the meantime, have to avoid using a specific spell so that they don't know. But yeah, it's very, very fun. I'm very happy that when I approached the DM with my idea, he was like, yes. Yes. Yahayo! Hello, Karina. Yahayo! Hello, hello. I'm talking about D&D stuff at the moment while I go through Lining Hell as my laptop lags. Ooh. Yeah, I'm talking about, I just finished talking about, one character I had during a Death Trap dungeon, and her, going behind the party's back and trying to kill them. And that kind of, that stuff happened during my session last night. I'll talk about it later. Oh god. See, stuff that should be sad in most games, in the campaign I'm in at the moment, kind of ends up being just hilarious. Because it's an evil campaign, so it's usually our faults. It's usually our fault when people die, and it's usually on purpose. It's usually very on purpose. Evil. Yeah, I think I've talked about it in the Cans server, I think. Yeah, I've definitely talked about some sessions that included that sort of thing. Yeah, we kind of just destroy everywhere we go, so, you know, we just fuck up everything. Like, we show up, fuck around, accidentally cause, the people that we're trying to fight against to take control of the cities we're in, because we just caused too much chaos. Like, we cause irreparable chaos, then leave, and we come back later, and we're just like, oops. Well, nods. So, you know, that's fine. And a lot of it is, like, kind of my fault. Unintentionally. Regular old D&D shenanigans. Yeah, it's kind of, the rest of the group don't really know it, but like, a lot of it is my fault. Like, because I'm usually the one that, behind the group's back kind of plants the seed, and they kind of end up going in, like, the same direction independently, or I convince them to go in that direction so that I can do what I want to do. So a lot of it is my fault. That's really funny, actually. Yeah, they don't know. I don't think they've realized that it's all because of me. But I'm sitting there every time it happens. It's happened twice now where we've, like, irreparably destroyed a town or a city. And it's like, both times have been directly because I've convinced the group to do something. Whether it was, like, my intention or not. And they don't know that. I'm just kind of sitting there like, I know this is kind of my fault. Like, they're actively participating in it, but like, it's my fault that it happens in the first place. So the first time it happened, it was like, I was intentionally trying to frame the church in the city. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna try and like defame the church more behind the party's back after this is over. But then the party was like, hey yo, this murder just happened. Let's take advantage of it and just fuck up the reputation of this church in the city. I was just like, well, that was what I was wanting to do. That works. Works for me. But obviously not saying that out loud, just kind of like, I guess we're doing this as a group now. That works. And the second time it happened, we were on an island, and I was like, okay, I need to find a way to get into this tavern so that I could do my thing. And so we were trying to figure out how to basically, like, get one group to fuck off the island. And so I, like, convinced the rest of the party, like, oh yeah, we should go to the tavern and convince the people there that they should riot and defect, basically, and leave and cause problems. And that was also, I could just get into the tavern in the first place and then fuck off. I went in there, I convinced the group to go in there, convinced them to do all of this, and then just left. And I ended up basically destroying the island. So it's all me. It's kind of all on me so far. It's just like, huh. I'm kind of guiding this destruction without anyone knowing, aside from the DM, probably. So the DM's probably realized that as well. It's just like, it's like it keeps happening, and I'm just like sitting there trying to keep my mouth shut, trying not to laugh my head off, because I'm just like, well, if it isn't the consequences of my actions. Well. Who would have known? But it's surprisingly easy to get the party to go along with the things I want. Without even actively trying. Surprisingly easy. Like, it's also surprising how easily I'm able to get away from the party when they're just like, we should probably keep an eye on you. And I'm just like, yeah, probably. Okay, bye. Because, you know, the warlock going off and doing things in secret behind the party's back is always good. You should always just let that happen. But yeah, oops. Oops, did I do that? It was an interesting realization to have, that just like, Wait, this is kind of my fault more so than the entire party's fault. I'm super productive today. All I have left of my Vtuber model is the hands, hair, and radiation on the legs. By the way, they're not shading. Oh, that's good. Models take so long to do. I've usually made mine like overnight, so I ended up like staying up all night and doing it to then rig it. It's very tedious. I try to pace myself more on stuff I do for other people though. Love that. Nice to see it. I hate it here. It'd just be like that. I mean, even like low detail models take a lot. I mean, my model, oh god, if I showed parts of my model, it would be absolute chaos. There's so many layers. Both on the model itself and in the rigging. Because most things on my model that have physics have individual physics. Every hair strand. So, you know, I only have like 70 different physics layers. It's fine. Yeah, you know, it'd be like that. That's just how life 2D is sometimes. I really want to make like a live 2D model of Uriel, just like as practice for stuff. I don't know. It's fun to just do a model for fun, even if you're not gonna use it sometimes, but it's so tedious. And I have other things I need to do at the moment, so I haven't gone around to it. I'm gonna do it eventually. I want to show up to a session and just be like, hey guys, just turn on my camera and just be like, hey, sup? Come on, come on. Is there any other details aside from the wings that I need to do? I don't think so. I think I made the eyes too small though. Come on. Yeah, I made the eyes a bit too small. Bleh. I can fix that easy though. And if it doesn't crash while I'm trying to save, please, please don't do this again. Come on. It's gonna take a sweet time. There we go. Okay. Let me in. Let me in. I'm gonna use the brush select just because it's gonna be or selection pen, whatever. Just get a bit more precise on that eyelash. What's that? How is that? Not much different. bit bigger than. Should probably put Jill to bed. I get the other eye of it. Yeah, that's a good size, I think. Yeah, after I do this, I'm gonna put Jill to bed. Yeah. It is 11 p.m., so you should probably go to bed. Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay. Do. I also really want to narrow that. No, what? Rage. Angry. Okay. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna mute myself for a second. And put Shell to bed. I didn't realize how stiff my neck was. Ugh. I wish to just snap my neck right now. Okay, and so just the wings now. Should be. Doesn't really matter if there's an overlap on this one. This is gonna be underneath everything anyway. I put that lower down. Okay. I need to start grabbing colors. Starting with the line colors. Like a real close up. Okay. Oh, I need to turn off stabilization. No stabilize, just let me be free. Bigger. Alright, hold on. Let me grab references for the flags I want. I think I said earlier I was thinking of doing that. Yeah, how about I do that instead? Yeah. I'm gonna make the wings the Pan flag because I can. Albeit it doesn't translate the best to gradients, but that's fine. Okay. I would rather my tablet didn't just turn itself off. Not preferable. Not very preferable at all. Grab my hair colors. Just realized there's a stray line and I don't, not line, but stray dot of the line. I don't very much appreciate that. Not one bit. Okay. Just polyfill on the eyebrows so I don't forget it later. Just a bit cleaner. Gotta get those white spots. What's the way? Fucking calendar notification for a family member's birthday. I'm like, I'm not gonna see them anyway. They live on the other side of the world. I'm not gonna. Do. I'll clean this up in a bit, make it sharper. It's fine. It's fine, I'll just erase. Oh, not erase so much as, God damn it. Ugh, rude. Control Z not working properly. Frustrating hair details. My mouth is so dry today. Ah. I don't know if I'm gonna finish this today or not. I'm gonna see how far I get. I might finish it today. I sure would like to. Nope. The hair is tiring. Tiring details. Two and a half. 2.5. I'm thinking of something that happened last D&D session. Because the session before, Burial had basically threatened to commit arson. Just because basically, like, the people we're trying to fuck with at the moment, they have like this device that, well, not a device, but it's like a mutated moth thing made out of magical leaves, that lets them basically have permanent speak with animal and speak with plants. And our group got our hands on one, and Virial currently has it, but in the previous session he didn't. But we found out, like, oh shit, they can talk to the trees and the animals, which explains why they were doing things with the seagulls. And it was exactly what we should have been worried about. And so there was like an entire argument between my character and another one, where it was basically just like, don't threaten arson against the trees, please. And eventually I just kind of backed down, because like, okay, I won't commit arson. But last session, we kind of our original thoughts on what we were gonna do, or the original thing we were gonna do, kind of derailed. And so we were just like, let's just fucking blow up the mountain. That ought to get their attention. That ought to cause some problems. And you know, it destroyed some trees. So I basically followed through. Because I was the one who set off the bomb, you see. We basically, we stole bombs from someone who was threatening us with them. We were just like, we'll take these. And now you're trapped in this cave with no air as a tortoise for the next hour. And after that, as a tiefling. So... I just realized I forgot a detail on the hands. But yeah, because I have Fireball, I was the one to set off these explosives. And, you know, destroyed... basically caused a landslide. And... you know, I basically followed through on my threat, huh? Oh, that's not what I want. Here we go. I'm thinking about that because it's just... I kind of followed through by accident. Maybe not exactly, but I mean, pretty damn close to the original threat I made. It wasn't the tree's fault, but we started like joking around, like basically like Furiel is the anti-Lorax. Someone said like Furiel is not a friend of the trees. It's just like, yeah, I mean, he is an author. Like he's never been a friend of the trees. Never has been. I've always been an enemy of the trees. I also forgot another line. Hold on. Yeah, so we're very good at causing problems. It's definitely our talent. You know, most D&D campaigns, you cause problems, but they're not on purpose. We cause them on purpose, and so a lot more people die. Fully intentionally. We solve a lot of our problems with murder, to be fair, in this group. In this D&D campaign. It just works. Sometimes. What works, works. It's not. What? Is this the hard brush? It is. That explains a lot. Okay. Hum. Can I grab my eye colors? Or, well, 2 of them. There are 4 colors that make up my eyes. They're all, well, not all of them, I guess they're one shade of blue. They are mostly green. Dun, 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 dun. I keep leaning too far to the side, that's why my model keeps freaking out. But am I gonna stop? No. Absolutely not. Also use this to cover in there. Oh. I think it's the same color. Some stabilization on. Oh, stabilization. It's the wrong layer anyway. So no, I'll just put on the hair layer instead, it's easier. Lighter. I kind of want to change some music, but I also really can't be bothered. I cannot be bothered. Everything's slow and I really don't want to deal with it. So I'm just not going to. I just realized I didn't do the belt buckle. Should probably do that. I also didn't do. Alright, stabilization. What's my belt buckle look like? It's just that. It's nothing. Fuck off. Control C, fuck off, please. Fuck off challenge. Stop causing problems challenge. No stabilization. Stabilization is dead. So go toss in the green bits on the boots. And this part of the ribbon of ribbons. I don't really know what's going on with that, to be honest. It's just very flowy. It's just loose. They're like the straps that come off of a hoodie or something. I don't know. Except they're not actually attached to the hoodie at all. They're just kind of, I don't know. They're long. I don't really know what they are. I just kind of did them. Okay, I'm gonna do the fun part with this now. It's not actually gonna be that fun, I don't think. I'm gonna color it gray for now. So the base color. Some parts of that are going to be more fun than others. Get in there. Oh, I also... Forgetting parts of the line art is not helpful. Probably gonna need that stabilization anyway, so I'm not sure why I turned it off, but yeah. Okay, now I need to get the non-binary flag. I can't type. Give me that. There we go. Okay. Stabilization on. Gonna make it a bit less garish. The hoodies can basically be all yellow. Like the hood part, anyway. Just gonna get in there. It's a bit more crumpled up. One sleeve here. There we go. Kind of anyway. I should have made it a bit more. Whatever. That's fine. And then purple. I'll do a color select later and fix that color. It's a bit easier. Oops, I had to step away again for a second. It's okay. Grab a snack. Ooh, what did you get? Oh, I could do it with a snack. But I could do it with a snack most of the time. I don't know why I'm manually coloring this, whatever. It's fine, whatever. Leftover biscuits from lunch. Ooh. Biscuits. I need to get more snacks. I have some, but not an awful lot. It's a bit of a limited selection. I need to get quite a few things actually. I need to get toothpaste too. Probably some other stuff as well. It's quite a lot I need to get actually. Had some Popeyes. Oh! I don't know if we have Popeyes here. Chicken. I don't actually know if we have Popeyes here. I've never seen a Popeyes here, so I don't think we do. Slight color gamut. Give. Thank. Okay. Let's fix that color. That's kind of ugly. Ugly. Oh, remember that meeting? Yeah? Did you have to talk at all? They didn't need me until the very end. Oh boy. Love that. Slightly off-white. Oop. Slightly different off-white. Being very picky right now. Not sure how I feel about it. But you know what, it's fine. Doesn't need to... Oh, hit pass. Okay, let me grab that. I didn't prepare it beforehand, so... Oh, come back. Just fucking zooming out the way there. Gonna have to bear with me here. It's gonna show up, I know, but... I think... There. I will vent via head pass. Thank you. Should raise that up a bit. There we go. Thank you for the head pass. I'm gonna save so I don't have to redo those colors again. That art is looking really good, by the way. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm probably gonna fix more of the colors because they kind of look off on my other screen. So I'm probably gonna redo some of the other ones actually. Just until I'm happy enough with the colors. I mean, they kind of go against my normal color scheme, so it's gonna be a bit difficult to make it work. Colors are hard. I mean, usually I don't have a problem with colors. It's just trying to make these specific colors work because they're pride flag colors. So it's just like, damn it. How do I make them work? I don't like garish yellow. That's too much. That's too little. See, I like baby yellow. Struggling. So much struggling. Just like that color. Wait. Are you gonna select it? Ouch, yeah. Ouch. Can you select, please? Can you select the right color? Thank you. Select the color. Try the phone thing again. Oh. Oof. Yeah, it still happens sometimes, unfortunately. I didn't have my phone on my desk, so it might be a little too close. I'll put it over, but grab this. I'm gonna make this darker. I just thought I'd let you know just in case. Yeah, it's fine most of the time. If it only does it a couple times, it's fine. It's just if it's like all the way through. Darken that right up. I guess I'll go back to that white again. Because now that white looks wrong and the other colors look fine. I just need to make it pure white. I don't like the pure white though. Okay, you know what? That works. That works. That'll do. It'll do for now. Grab that. I'm basically just gonna fill in all of the other colors now. Oh no, I don't want you still on the color picker. What? I tried to click off. Sounds rather rude. Rather rude of the color picker. Oh well, here's another one, but it should be quick. Fun. Always such fun. Oh. Hold on, like, get a different layer. Actually, let me do this last bow first. Get on the same layer as everything else. Ugh. It's now past midnight. Oh, it's the same fucking color. Dude. That's just shaded. I may be stupid. And my high key just color shifted Jewels. Go. See, I did just color shift them for copying and pasting. I think it was the green when I color shifted actually. It's fine. You don't notice anyway. Okay, and the under flag. Let's get that back up. Ooh. Okay. Oh god. Oh, I'm gonna make it less garish in a bit anyway. It's fine. Okay, I'm on the soft brush. That is helpful. I'll concentrate on getting the colors in first before worrying about other things. Blend, 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 blend. Then I'm gonna fucking select the layer and just fucking blur the shit out of this. Gaussian blur. I can't tell if it's actually showing me previews or not. Okay, well, it was not. Good to know. Move this color up. Okay. No, oh god. Listen to me. Listen to me. Clip studio. Well, should be recognizable now. I think that's pretty recognizable as the pan flag. Becomes significantly less garish when it's not full opacity. Why does it look like I'm more magical than usual? I look more like a fairy than I normally do. With these wing colors. God damn it. Okay. Just going on like all the colors at the moment. You know, just be like that. I can hear the dog crying again. It's fine for a background. I'll put some like sparkles in, I guess. I don't know. Same sparkle, same like color. Sorry, have things. I kind of want to raise the opacity of that. Whatever. Okay. Where is my sparkle brush? Give me my sparkle effect. Thank you. Grazie. Okay. Ooh. I'm gonna make more focused areas. Oh my god, the dog's being so loudly. I think he's right outside my door, actually. I think he wants in, but I'm not gonna let him in. This dog. I should probably check on him. He's crying this much. Oh, oh no, I did it on the same fucking layer. So now I have to do all this fucking sparkles again. Huh. Okay. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna mute and go check on the fucking dog. Oh my god. He's being very loud. Okay. I will be like... Hopefully not too long. He might need the bathroom or something. So the dog's in my room now. I think he just wanted in for attention. What are you doing? Don't go under there, sir. Caesar. Okay. Sure, okay. But yeah, now he's in my room. Great. Cool. Hopefully it's not gonna be too loud. Swear to God. This dog. Caesar, what are you doing? It's like sniffing around near my door, and I don't know why. Good sir. Hello. Hello, sir. What are you doing? ASMR dog content. Oh my god. Swear. Oh, did I just do all of that on the same fucking layer again? Oh my god. I thought I switched layers. Oh. I'm gonna fucking. I swear to God. Caesar, what are you doing? Just near the bin. Caesar? Goodbye. At least he knows when to come when called sometimes. Occasionally. On occasion. Excuse you. How did you just spit in your mouth? Thank you, on. You can go lie down if you want. Or just sit there, I guess. Okay, that works. Okay. I guess I might as well do the shading. It's past midnight now, but I mean, I can keep going and just finish stuff up. Oh. Don't have another charger. Actually, yes, I do have room connected to my laptop. Fuck. Plug that in there instead. What? My phone also isn't charging, despite being on the charger. Caesar, what? Here. You're just gonna cry over there. Okay. Sure, if you want. What? What? Caesar, I'm busy. Come here. You're gonna cry for attention. You might as well come over or I can give you some. This was not in the plan. This is not in the plan for today. Go over to the other side. Don't. This dog. Okay. Come over here. If you want attention, come over to the other side so I can actually work while I'm doing. Dude! What? If you think I'm joking when I say that Caesar requires someone giving him direct contact at like nearly all times or he will cry, like I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding when I say that. Dude. Dude. What? Okay, I can't even reach him now because he just laid down. High maintenance dog. I guess now you guys can have dog crying ASMR. I think so. I did. I think. No, or I just didn't. And just missed that part in the colors. Okay. What was that notification for? Oh, just Twitter. Okay. Well, at least he's just lying down on my bed now, I guess. We're going to. Hear the shit? Sir! Oh my god. This is literally. He doesn't even need the bathroom, he just wants attention. But I'm busy. He's not even coming over to my other side so I can pet him at the same time. He wants me to come up onto the bed with him. I'm like, sir, I'm trying to do stuff. I want to finish this. dog SMR. He just cries. You know, I only let you in because I thought you needed a toilet or something. But no, he just... he just wanted into my room and now he's gonna cry because I'm too busy to pet him and he's too far out of my reach. Dude, please. I don't even need to talk for the rest of the stream. He's just gonna make the content for me. Just in crying. He's being nasty. Caesar! Caesar! He's not even coming over so I can give him attention. That's the thing. Maybe I should go grab one of his toys so he can chew on it, at least. At least then he can, like, entertain himself a bit. Less effort. We might not even want it. Caesar! Caesar! This is just becoming an animal stream. Animal ASMR stream. I put one animal to sleep and the other comes in. He's so dramatic. He's so dramatic. No, I thought fucking Jenna Marble's dog Kermit was an outlier when it came to just crying all the time, and then we got Caesar, and no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. This dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, thank you for following Rectangula. Rectangula? Like the Pokemon? I don't know. Follow and subscribe for more dogs crying for absolutely no reason. Oh my god. This is why I don't usually let him into my room while I'm streaming. I literally only let him in because I thought he needed the bathroom. But no. Hello, hello, hi. The stream is mostly me just shading and working out the details while my fucking dog cries. Oh, background! Yeah, sparkly. And background noise! Because Caesar won't stop crying. Crying doggo stream. We stashing, we do. Why is this not working? Why is this broken? Stop being broken. Yeah, he's doing it literally just because I'm not giving him attention. Crying doggo ASMR, literally. He's on my bed just crying because I'm not giving him any attention. And he was crying outside in my room because he wanted in. But I only opened the door because I was like, do you need the bathroom or something? No, he just wanted in. And so now I have a dog crying on stream for no reason. Just bro, please. So yeah, that's what the rest of the stream is gonna be, just crying dog ASMR. It's not like he needs the bathroom or anything, because I closed the door after he came in, because I was like, well, he's in now. No point keeping him out. And if he needs the bathroom, he'll go back to the door, but he hasn't. He's just made himself at home on my bed and started crying. Because I'm not petting him actively, because I'm trying to draw. Caesar! Please. I might go and grab one of his toys and see if he'll just chew on it and if he'll at least shut up if I do that. Maybe he will. Hold on. Mission successful, for now, at least. He's destroying a toy on my bed and he has stopped crying, so I guess that works, for now. He's probably gonna start crying in like 20 minutes. Probably less, actually. But he's happy enough for now to stop crying. A savior on my sanity for just a little bit. I've had times where I've had to like stop working on stuff because he just won't stop crying, like off stream, and I'm just like, ugh, okay, I'll give you attention, okay. But at least he's somewhat satisfied with just chewing on something. He's like a baby. He always cries for some reason, but sometimes it's very obscure and it's just like you go down the checklist. You just go down the checklist. It's like, okay, does he need the bathroom? He just threw it off my bed. Go pick it up. Rude. Yeah, you go down the checklist of what the dog needs. Does the dog need to go to the bathroom? Oh, he did pick up. Good boy. Does he need the bathroom? No. Does he need food? No. Does he need water? No. Is he bored? Sometimes. Maybe. Probably. Does he just need something to chew on? Apparently. He either needs entertainment by interacting or needs something to chew on. And just slowly go down the checklist. And eventually, maybe you'll figure it out. No, he's very quiet. At least as far as the mic can pick up. I can hear him slobbering and stuff, but the mic can't, apparently. I think, anyway. Okay, it's maybe picking that up. Oh, he's trying to lick his toy, but he's actually just licking my pillow, I think. Great. Oh well, whatever. He's could be doing worse. I can take a slightly damp pillow out of my, like, 6. There's always such a difference between my flat shading and then when I add, like, the actual shading in. Not my flat shading, my flat colors and my shading. Like, it looks completely different between the two, and I'm not entirely sure why. Every time I, like, bend my head down, VTube Studio gets confused, because it's like, where are you going? Come back. I don't know what you're doing right now, so I'm just gonna freak out for a second. Okay. He's just vibing. It's fine. See, I can't see exactly what he's doing, because he's behind me, so... Sometimes he'll make a noise and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Bless you. Bless you, Caesar. Still being noisy, though. He will always cause noise as long as he's around. What? Your toy is right there! Apparently that can only distract him for so long. Dude! Dude. What? I think he moved his toy and didn't know where he put it. As soon as I gave it back to him, he just started playing with it again. So I don't know what that was about, but okay. Shade the fingers. Shade the fingies. Fingy shade. I really need to do like some more complex backgrounds because I haven't done any in a while. But I'm just like, I don't really wanna. Okay. ASMR dog makes concerning noises for a while. Now you want out. Now he wants out. Oh, stop moving. I just want to floor myself. Hold on. You might actually need the bathroom this time. Oh my god. Yeah, he just wanted to leave. I guess he kind of realized. It's like, okay, I'm not gonna get much here. I'm just gonna go. So no more crying dog ASMR. That's why I lock my room when I stream now. Motherfucker. Gonna do the legs. The leggies. Leggy time. Leggy shade. Excuse-moi. You're not supposed to be there. Oh god. That's terrifying. Okay. Great. Cool. Awesome. Okay, no, it's just within the same one. Okay. Just some mildly terrifying moments there. Okay. Yeah, hold on. Should just be on top of that. And there. Oh wait, but I brought the wings out because of the effect. Okay. Right. Let's doing the control thing again. I was wondering when I was gonna pop back in. I just realized it's selected too. No. Come back. Come back. I just wanted the folder. I really want to change the music, but I really cannot be bothered dealing with YouTube being slow. It's gonna be such a pain. Oh wow, my phone has charged 1 whole %. Yay. I'm not talking too much at the moment. Can I just concentrate on shading this? I can't really think of anything to talk about at the moment.
I kind of want to start doing more complex shading, but at the same time I'm pretty comfortable with cell shading. Okay, cool. I'm just bouncing around. Why is it controlling again? Stop that. Refrain, please. For fuck's sake. Just connect them, whatever. Ah! I'm just bouncing all over the place because I keep looking down too much, apparently. YouTube Studio is a little bit confused. Shading fingers. It's always so difficult to decide where to shade and how. My hand is cramping a bit. Wow. Nearly done though, so I can keep going. Fuck was that sound? There's no point in taking a break for my hand because I'm almost done anyway. Whatever. I can push through for like 20 minutes. Less, even. Probably less. Probably far less. Yeah, definitely far less. Yeah, my hand is tightening up at this point. It's like, give me a break. Oh, I'm almost done. So. I really don't have to do much more. It's just kind of effects at this point. Yeah, just showing off a little bit of shading and then effects. So whatever. Don't like too much. Need to see what I'm doing. I quite like being able to see what I'm doing. Glow dodge? Yeah, that looks a bit better. Make it a bit less intense still. Okay. Not that color. That color. That less intense. Oh, I just realized apparently I didn't shade on the inside of the mouth. Apparently. Thought I did, but okay. Whatever. 'Tis fine. The dog's crying outside the room again. Oh, maybe not my room. He's crying somewhere in the flat. And I don't know why. I'm not putting more detail into those little bead parts. I don't care enough. It's just small details. It's cool on my actual model, but fuck if I'm gonna do it on a fucking illustration. Hell no. Fuck that. I guess I'll clean up some of the shading details, because I wasn't the most careful about it. My phone is losing charge even though it's on a charger. That's great. Oh. For fuck's sake. I didn't. I'll help you as well. Come on. Move the way. Great, cool. Okay, I missed quite a bit actually. Love that. That's fine. A mistake here and there ain't too bad. It's just the big ones. Why don't you open? So there. Decided I don't like that anymore. Well, I like part of it. I like this being a bit glowy. 50? Yeah, that should do. Oh, right. I think I might be done. Yeah. I think I might be done. Pretty much, I just need to do one thing. What color should I pick? Pick that. Excuse me for a sec. So I can type done. Yeah, start to finish in 4 hours, because now 1 AM. A little under 4 hours. Handwriting or signature is for cowards. I'm gonna change the font again. I'm gonna do the other font I like. So it looks better with my signature. Alright, yeah, there you are. No. No, that's not it. It lagged. Rude. So very rude. No, not that one either. One down. Jesus. Okay. Where am I gonna put you? Gotta love those little bits of lag at the points I kinda need it to not be lagging. That's fine. Glow layer. And there we go. That's it. That's it done. Finito. And let's just let it save. I hope that it doesn't crash. Please. Come on, save. So that I know I'm not gonna lose everything. You really need to take a sip just as I finished taking a sip. But thank you. I took another sip. There you go. Well, that's me done. Don't think there's any reason to keep you guys any longer. I should probably go so that I can get my phone to charge properly. Well, there's always this. Always what? Oh god. Stretch. Okay. We can use the stretch. Okay. There we go. Mostly. I'll get the rest out later when I'm not sitting down. But, I don't think there's any reason to keep going. I should probably just finish up. So, thank you all for coming. If you came here for a little bit or a lot of it, I appreciate it either way. I'm not gonna raid anyone because I can't be bothered. Doesn't it feel nice to stretch after getting some productive work? It does, it really does. Especially